Thank you.
There we go. Okay, now I'll officially call it to order. Do we have any additions or changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, do we have any public here for comment? Perfect. Review and approval of the minutes by consent. So did anyone have any additions or changes? Nothing. Oh, and Sonia's here now. Madam Chair, would you like to take over? We are at review and approval of the minutes. Oh.
Sorry, you guys. My camera, I think I need a driver update, so I apologize. It's being really wonky. As you can see, it's like going in and out. I don't know what the problem is. Thanks, Victoria. Where are we? I'm sorry.
Review and approval of the minutes.
Okay. Were there any additions or changes?
No.
No. Okay. Did everyone read the minutes? Did everyone read the minutes? Does everything look okay?
I noticed that it says the next meeting is December 1st, so it changed.
Andrew, change that
minutes, I could change that in the minutes, but I double checked the tape when someone questioned it, and that was the date that was announced at the meeting. So the minutes are accurate to what was spoken.
All right.
Okay,
Thanks.
then we'll leave them. Are there any other changes? If not, can we agree to approve the minutes?
Yeah.
Al, Victoria, Gina, excellent. Okay. Next up is new business 5.1, the draft audit. Lisa, do you want to go through this with us?
Sure. Briefly, we can review just some basics, which I think I shared the fund balances. Tyler and I have been working over the last week to more or less just polish up the MD&A, which is the management discussion and analysis, and it's like a summary of the financial statements. I have also included, like I did last year, just some things that are relevant to what went on in FY20 and what's going on now. I felt like if we didn't sort of discuss the COVID-19, it was like the elephant in the room. So just some brief highlights. And so there was that. There was also that, although we continue to have increases in our budget, we still are one of the lowest per pupil spending in the state of Vermont. That, although that is wonderful, we are facing some pressures that are outside of our control, such as our collective bargaining agreements, the health insurance, not only the premium increases, but the new plans that went into place this year have increased our health benefits drastically. So that was some of the things that I added to our MD&A. Discussed the fact that we, some of the things that are going on at the Agency of Education, the Uniform Chart of Accounts. We finally have business rules and a published chart of accounts. And when we merged and created our new chart of accounts, we tried to align it as closely as we could with that, with the Uniform Chart of Accounts. So we're in good shape in that respect. I did also speak in this and write about the e-finance. And I think I've talked to this group about the new financial system that the state contracted with, and folks, my colleagues who have implemented it have had some challenges, to say the least. And because some of the people are now having audits because they've finished one full year using the system, they're having audit findings. And so the agency on Friday, Bill Bates, the CFO of the agency, explained to us that they've recommended that they delay any more people implementing until they correct some of the things that are more or less, inadequate. So I was happy to hear that, because we do have a financial system that works well for us. It does all the reporting our auditors need. And it really, we've over the years learned how to really get some really great information from it. So I think that not only that, but the support that we get from the folks at Tyler is amazing. So those are important, and I think that we need to really hold to the fact that they need to work these things out. So that's all part of the MD&A, but it wasn't in this particular in this draft, because we just didn't have time to pull it all together. But you do see that the fund balances, I summarized for you where we're at. So although the general fund had a deficit, we had the tax stabilization to offset that. So with that, taking that into consideration, along with the 200,000 that we've earmarked for revenue in this current year, FY21, we are showing a general fund balance of 444,666. So that's great. And then the other fund balances are reserved. So, when we have a grant fund balance, it's strictly for the grants, and there's criteria we must follow. Food service, that is for improvements to our food service. And after schools, obviously after school, capital projects is capital projects. So all in all, we really look pretty good. So I was happy to see that. There were no findings. This was a challenging year. We consolidated 5 budgets into one. That means that you have to take all of your assets, liabilities. We have Chris. Great. And merge all of them. So it was just a lot of work. Tyler was amazing and helped us out. So that was really good. Other than that, I would recommend, if you haven't had a chance to really look through this, if you have any questions, please ask Tyler of them. You hear from me all year, and I think it's really your one opportunity to really ask whatever you want to know about. And so please do. I think it's important to take advantage of that opportunity to have your auditor here with you. So on Thursday, hopefully you will have some questions. The other thing I just wanted to point out is starting on page 44 of the audit is the single audit, and you hear about that, and that just means that we had federal expenditures over 750,000. And so that just requires just another level of auditing. And you can see on page 46 the schedule of federal expenditures, and that just shows you what we spent in the different federal grants. And the last page, page 47 talks a little bit about the CFA. Page 48 is your overall summary with no findings. So we were really pleased about that.
Lisa, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
You said you, did you say you responded, you have other information, but it's not included in this draft? Or it is included in this draft?
So it is not in this draft. What I had said was that Tyler and I are just sort of polishing this up. And I've included more information in the MD&A, which is really the management's piece of this audit. So that will, he's finishing up some things. I, sent my last revisions to him today. So, we didn't want to start sending revised drafts to you, when it really isn't going to affect the fund balances or anything. It's not material. It's just sort of putting the finishing touches on the document.
So will we get a copy of that? And are we going to be expected to approve that audit on Thursday?
I think you certainly can, and you can ask Tyler if he feels like that's if that draft is ready for approval. There's really just he needs some more documentation for his files, but other than that, I think this is the audit. It's just not in final draft. It's just not a final version.
Right, I understand that. That part I'm fine with. I just, if there's still a discussion that's going to be added with just some, you said you were mentioning COVID and other things that had happened. It was is this our first full year with the new
Yes.
general ledger accounts? So I would just be, obviously the numbers won't change, but I'm wondering if some of the questions that I have are going to change because some of that language will change in your cleanup of the draft that I'm looking at. Do you see what I'm saying?
The only thing that's going to change is what I have to say in the MD&A. Other than that, there aren't any material changes.
Great, that's where I had a lot of questions. So, that like some numbers didn't make sense to me, and I think the parts were highlighted, and I think those were the parts where maybe they're being fleshed out a little bit more or discussed a little bit more thoroughly.
Yes.
So I just had some questions about those things, and I wondered why or when those would be explained, but it sounds like that will be addressed, but that won't be ready for Thursday, it sounds like.
It probably, most of what you saw with highlights will be complete. So we potentially could put out, and I'm speaking for him, but I think that we may be able to share a more final version, if that's what you'd like, or you could ask your questions while he's with us Thursday, and if you feel satisfied by that, you could approve it.
I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit, it's feeling a little bit weird to approve something that's still, this part of it is really in draft form. So if he has a more final version of the management discussion and analysis, that would be really helpful.
Okay.
And even if you just send it as an addendum, because that's only a couple of pages, it's really, the rest of it should remain about the same, right?
I think if we send out a revised audit, it will be a complete document. It wouldn't just be some pages. I wouldn't want to do that. It would be too confusing.
If I could recommend, Sonia, if the committee would like. I think it's fantastic that we have the draft audit and there are no findings, and the fund balances agree with what Lisa had calculated. So I would suggest perhaps that the audit be approved at the January meeting when the full report could be complete. People have had time to see it. I think it's fantastic that we have it, at this point, at this time of the year. It's very, very helpful. And we know for our budget planning going into the next fiscal year that there are not any negative budget issues that would affect our planning for next year.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. But Tyler will be there on Thursday to answer questions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So should I wait and ask any questions of Tyler?
Yes, I would say that would be a good thing to do.
Okay.
Again, it's an opportunity to speak to your auditor.
Can I just ask you one question, Lisa?
Sure.
On page 27, this is the only question I'm going to ask, I promise. On page 27, the district reports the following major governmental funds, and it talks about the tax stabilization fund, and it refers to March 2009 district meeting, but I don't think that's accurate since this district didn't exist until 2019. So is it supposed to be, I'm not sure what that is. Maybe that's just language that was carried over from another audit.
I will have to ask him. I'm not sure.
Okay. I'll save all my other questions for him.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions that we should ask Lisa? No? Okay. Moving on then to, I better save that for Thursday. Moving on to 5.2, the FY21 year-end projections. You have a summary sheet report in your packet, and then also the expense report with all of the detail. Lisa, do you want to talk about this in any?
It really hasn't changed since last month, to any degree. So I really have nothing, to add to that. We're just watching the administrators are watching their expenditures, typically around, usually, February, we, the superintendent and I will determine whether it's time to freeze the budget. We'll, really start carefully analyzing where we're at and where we think we're going to be at the end of the year. But at this point, I think we're doing well.
It looks great. I just have one question about the very bottom lines, the projected year-end COVID-19. How do those, I see that you referenced the 350,000, but how do those other things, do we just not know how that's going to impact the rest of this budget, the rest of the expenses?
So in terms of COVID funding, we were awarded $1.4 million. And I recently, last week, submitted a survey to the agency, estimating our obligations. And so at this point, I believe we're going to spend close to that. We have last minute expenditures, and what I'm talking about now is the CRF, and that is a term that ends December 31st. So all of our expenditures need to be obligated. So those are, an example of those obviously are PPE and some of the technology devices. So they're calculated and reported in a different fund. So you're not seeing those. but I think that I'll have a better sense of where we're at in January. And so if you're interested, if this committee is interested in seeing, what those grants look like in more detail, then I can bring back a report.
Okay, that would be great. Does anybody else have questions? Does anyone else have questions about the FY21 year-end projection? Anyone? No? Okay. So now we'll move on to the C financing. In your packet, you have a financing timeline update and a very lovely letter from Primer, Piper, Eggleston, and Kramer, and lots of documentation. Would you like to go through this with us, or I'm assuming we're going to have to do this all again on Thursday night as well?
Yeah, I really only wanted to share just an update that, we've talked a lot about the C program and the funding of it. And so I just felt like I wanted to be very transparent. I wanted you to know that on Thursday, you'll be signing the documents Paul will, but you'll see the documents, and you've already approved this current expense note, but this is more or less official, in the record, in the minutes, that you've signed the paperwork. So there's the bond, and that application was submitted last week. I've had a couple emails back and forth from Ashley Lucht, who is an assistant director at the bond bank, and just some simple questions, but she said everything looks good. So that's moving right along. And the bond anticipation note, and that was the $2 million that you approved back in April, and that's more or less what we've been using for our cash flow to pay for the expenses for the project. So that will be paid off once we have the bond funds. And I really just explained all of that in the note. Other than that, it's really just documentation and the current expense note information.
Does anyone have questions regarding C financing? No? Okay. Excellent. Then we will move on to FY22 budget development. You've given us draft 2 with a proposed expense summary and then all of the documentation, or all the line by line breakdown. Would you like to talk about what has changed since, or give us a brief overview of what's changed since the last draft?
Sure. I also wondered if we should have sort of a plan for the night, because we are, January is going to be here before we know it. And the holidays are coming, and I just want to make sure that when we make a recommendation, or when David makes a recommendation for a budget, that we're prepared. So I'm hoping that we can maybe mostly finalize the expense budget, and then tonight, to then move it to the board, to then in January gather all the other information we need and give a pretty good estimate of what the budget's going to look like, and the per pupil spending. And it's always, our tax rate's always an estimate, because we don't have those numbers till after May. But I think if we could just have a plan that we're all in agreement about, that would be great.
Well, Lisa, I agree with you, but I would also probably say that if this year is anything like last year, I'm not sure we're all going to be in agreement on anything. And so, yes, we can certainly strive for that and shoot for that, and that can be our goal. But I'm not sure we're necessarily going to get there. So, and I'll remind you, last year, I couldn't even agree at the very end when we finalized the budget. So, yes, I hear what you're saying, but I think we're still going to, we won't necessarily all agree tonight. We might not all agree in January. So,
Right, and that's okay. We don't all have to agree, but I just feel like if we could, move it along, that would be helpful.
okay.
So
Lisa,
in draft,
I'm sorry, Lisa, could you remind us of the absolute deadline to have this ready for the voters?
I believe it would be that the third Thursday of the month. So we made plans to, let's see. I believe we're meeting January 7th. And that was when our goal, more or less, to have the board approve a budget to move forward to the voters.
Yes, we have one more finance meeting on January 5th, and then the extra meeting on January 7th to finalize the budget. And that is, in my recollection, the only thing that was really going to be on the agenda for that night, just so we could not have to get bogged down with a bunch of other discussions or policies or reports or anything like that. We were just going to talk about the budget and finalize it and be done with the budget by January 7th.
And I think that was the goal, because we really wanted Josh to have plenty of time to get information out before people will probably be voting absentee votes, ballots more than obviously they have in the past. So we wanted information out to people. So draft 2 had a nice decrease from draft 1. The overall change was 394,466. And that primarily was an adjustment to the increase to salaries and wages, a shift in some grant funded positions, because as I've said, when I develop or we pull this budget together, we're taking payroll from the current year and pulling it into the budget development template. And so because of some shifting and transition, people are not currently where they're going to be next year. So it took some time to kind of flush all that out, but we've done that. And also there was some slight decrease in health insurance premiums and the HRA contributions. And that's based on the actual open enrollment data that we were able to get. So overall, we are at a 5.92% increase. And also CVCC had a slight decrease in their budget, primarily due to the things that I just spoke about. I want to clarify, because I know my chart is confusing and I'm sorry about that, but on the left side where it says FY22 draft 2, those enrollment numbers are current enrollment numbers, FY21. What was probably very confusing was on the right it said FY21. That's FY21 budget with FY20 enrollment numbers. So we know that this year our enrollment numbers are probably most likely going to change, and we're going to have more students coming back to our schools. So although I used the current enrollment and the current budget numbers, proposed budget for FY22, it's pretty clear that our enrollment is going to look better than it does this year. So if we wanted to use last year's enrollment numbers with the current budget that we're proposing, Barry Town's per pupil spending would be $10,762. Spalding's per pupil spending would be $12,717. And Barry City's would be $10,756. So I just wanted to share that because I know it was kind of confusing.
So, Lisa, you're basically saying that you're assuming that the drop in enrollment has primarily hit Barry Town the hardest, is what it sounds like, because their numbers have dropped so much. And that if we were to use the numbers from FY20, which is the column in FY21 budget, because we expect that some of those students will come back, then they would be, the per pupil numbers would be a little bit more even.
Yes.
And not, I mean, Barry Town had a very large increase, well, decrease in enrollment and large increase in per pupil spending. So that was one of the questions that I had. So that makes sense.
So and I don't, you know, I didn't want to, you know, I don't want to just forecast, you know, incorrect numbers, but I think it gives you a good sense of here we are right now with the current enrollment. Here's what it would look like if enrollment increased like it did last, you know, like it was last year. So I think it's kind of, maybe it'll be somewhere in between. You know, we just don't have that crystal ball to really know for sure.
Absolutely. Can you go over the projected comparative tax rate calculations? Because that changed, and I think it's because of the yield, but I couldn't find my draft one tax rate calculation. So could you just go over that for me, please?
Sure. So what changed in this was the yield, the property yield. And that was the tax commissioner's letter on December 1st. And we knew that because of the deficit in the education fund, this number was probably going to challenge us this year. And it certainly has, because it decreased over $235 or something like that, which is about a 9% increase to your homestead tax. So we are facing more of an increase than I had expected. Again, you know, you're looking at Barry City with an increase of 15 cents currently based on all the information we have now, and Barry Town at a decrease of 13 cents. But if you look at the actual tax rates, they're really not that different. Not like they were last year when Barry City was 1.41 and Barry Town was 1.63. They're more leveled out where they're at now, and that's the CLA. So again, these numbers fluctuate. We don't have our equalized pupil. What we do know is that they're holding our ADM harmless. So ADM is, you know, a snapshot in time of your student count. It's only a part of your equalized pupils. So equalized pupils is a 2-year average. And so for FY21, the equalized pupils were based on ADM for 19 and ADM for 20. In FY22, your equalized pupils are going to be an estimate or an average of FY20 and FY20, really, because they're not going to use FY21 numbers. So we may find ourselves with a slight decrease in our education equalized pupils.
How will we have a decrease?
Because from FY19 to FY20, our numbers went down.
Okay.
And I should have a better sense because the Brad James at the agency who puts our, does all the calculations and all the weighting, he said that he would get something out to us as soon as possible so that we have a better sense early on. So I'm hoping that maybe even by Thursday I could have a better number for you that's a little closer to what our frozen equalized people will be.
I asked some of my questions and I went through and I don't really have any new questions. I have some much broader concerns. And so Victoria, Emil, Gina, do you guys have specific questions you want to ask? Victoria, no. Gina?
I don't have specific line item questions, no. I also have some broader concerns, so I'd be interested in starting that off and seeing where you're going with that.
Okay. Do you want to start it off?
No.
Oh.
Sorry, and I'm not trying to be a brat, but you are generally more informed and have more experience with this, so I think that we'll see. Last year we were at totally opposite sides of this. I think that's less the case this year, but I think that you're a better person to start it off.
David, you're on mute. David, can you hear me? You're on mute.
I am muted. My hand is up, but I'm muted. I was going to say I didn't want to start off the questions, but I did want to remind folks that an addendum came out and that contains answers to the questions that were submitted previously, just so people knew that.
Yes, I did get that and it was very helpful. Thank you. Emil, do you have questions?
I agree with Gina. I will hold to see where you're going with this.
I wish you could see my face because I'm laughing right now.
I would like to see your face too.
Sorry, this happened at communications the other night, and I think I have to update a driver, and I completely spaced until I sat down and then realized the camera wasn't working again. So my overarching concern is that the increase is too much and the tax rate is too high in very blunt terms. I could go into lots of suggestions and ideas, but and I could ask lots of questions as I have been known to do. But I'm really concerned that with the state of how things are in our world right now, that this is going to be a really hard sell. And I think it's going to be compounded by the fact that I understand, and I completely understand why Barry Towns is a negative number, but at first glance, that someone who isn't taking the time to understand it is really going to struggle with that. And I'm really concerned about perception. And so while I do recognize that there are a lot of things that we have no control over with the increases for this budget, the things that we do have control over are basically the biggest expense that we have is staff. And when I went through the audit, we have spent the largest chunk of money on staff and benefits. And so as much as it pains me to say it, I think we need to think about cutting staff. And I apologize to anyone and everyone who's listening and who that will impact personally. But 15-cent increase, I really just do not think is going to fly. And I don't think cutting little things here and there are really going to amount to anything. The biggest change that you made to the budget was a decrease in proposed salary adjustments increases, and that did make a dent. But then the yield basically completely wiped that out. So those are my thoughts, my general, I apologize, very negative thoughts, but I'm concerned that this is going to be a really, really, really big ask right now. And I think we need to come up with something a little bit different and a little bit better and a little bit more manageable for people. And Gina, if you'd like to chime in now, or Amal or Victoria, please do.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that my general feeling is the same. The roots of it are a little bit different. I think that it is a big financial ask. I think last year was a big financial ask, and we got that through. So I have faith that our community will pull through for us in surprising ways under normal circumstances. I think that we have a pretty serious perception problem with the schools right now. This is not my personal indictment of the performance of teachers or administrators, but it's pretty obvious that there are some, we're getting really negative feedback from our community members about their experience with the school district this year. I think that it's going to be hard to turn that around. We all have best hopes for coming back on January 4th. We're also about to go into a holiday season. I'm going to actually want to talk about this on Thursday too, but I hear anecdotally all the time about people in our district and in our community basically breaking the rules and doing the things that are causing this to continue going on. So I want to feel optimistic about things turning around dramatically in January, and I don't know if that's realistic. So I think that this ask, however warranted, is going to be really tough for the community. We asked the schools and administrators to come back with a 2 to 5% budget increase. We've got a 5.9% budget increase. So we're above kind of the target that we gave. I acknowledge that most of that is in benefits and in special ed. I understand. I mean, we had this conversation 50 times over last year, Lisa. There's no fluff in this budget. I know that it's not padded. But I think that we need to be really realistic about what we can get away with. I don't know if I advocate cutting staff right now. Part of me is willing to let this budget go to the vote and see what happens, because last year we were surprised and maybe we'll be surprised this year. But I think that we need to do what we did last year, which is essentially have our first round of cuts completely laid out and publicized so that people understand exactly what they're going to lose if the budget gets voted down. And I agree that we're looking at staff, because as we've already acknowledged, the majority of our increase is staff. I know that was a really, really painful experiment last year. I know that it's really demoralizing to have somebody say to you, if this doesn't happen, you're going to lose your job. And I don't want to further demoralize a staff that's had a really tough year. But I think that in some ways it helped us having the public understand what it really means. Sorry, I know I'm rambling. I have a lot of thoughts apparently, Sonia. It's easy to be pissed at the schools and to say, I'm not going to vote for the budget, and to either not vote or go and vote it down. It's easy to do that in theory. It doesn't impact a lot of people directly. Honestly, it doesn't. But when you start to see in practice what that means, I think that's very powerful. And so that would be my ask, and that would be my ask of administrators right now.
Emil, Victoria, comments?
I feel like I heard my name, but I'm not certain if anyone else heard anything. You did? Okay. I think I am on the same page. I think that we absolutely need to be looking at staff cuts if the budget doesn't pass. I think the health benefits are not sustainable. I think a 3% raise was incredibly insulting to our community that has had so many layoffs and haven't had raises for years. So definitely, I think that kind of the NEA set up their own staff to be on the chopping block.
Okay, I guess it's my turn to weigh in. I concur that that this is too big an ask right now, considering what's gone on, and agreeing with what you said, Gina, in terms of how the community is, from what I see in the emails, et cetera, pretty negative. And I don't know how this is going to fly. I hate seeing staff being on the chopping block, but I do like the idea of making a list of what's going to go so that everybody sees it. And but I hate saying all that. But yeah, at the end of the day, this year, I don't know how this can happen.
So, Lisa, David, administrators, I'm not sure what else you want from us. I don't expect that you will get maybe a lot more detail. I personally, I think last year we went around and around and around because administrators wanted specific direction about where they might look. I think there was a consensus that we wanted to make sure that we were continuing to provide equity between schools and for all of our students. So I would think that those things are still on the table and very much a focus of, when you're looking at where could we trim things from the budget. I don't know if anyone else has any other suggestions more specifically, and I realize that this is draft 2, and that means there will be a lot more work to do to get to draft 3. And I don't necessarily expect that will be done in 2 days for Thursday, because I realize that's a lot of work. But I would ask every administrator, director to think about how things can be trimmed. I was going through just the comparison sheet that I had asked for more information about. And I mean, honestly, I would start with some of these little things. I noticed in there that, I mean, the little things are not going to make a huge impact, but they might help you get to your goal. I noticed for Barry Town, course reimbursement was FY20 budget was 2,000, FY20 actual was 0, and we put 2,000 in the budget. For principals contracted services, there was 7,000 in the budget for FY20. FY20 actual was 1,014, and FY21 budget is 7,000 again. So, I mean, these are the kinds of things that I usually look at to see, where are we increasing when it doesn't seem to warrant increases. Another example is principal supplies. It was at 4,200. We spent 2,193, and now it's at 12,200. So I'm not sure where that increase came from. It may be some combination of things happening, like pulling different things together into a line. I'm not sure. But I was looking at that. That was Barry Town, Barry City Library contracted services. I don't even know what the library needs to contract services for. Books, I don't understand why we're not spending every single cent we have on books, and that's for Barry City and Barry Town. I continue to not understand. It looks to me that the principal's office in Barry City has less people, and therefore is spending less money. And that doesn't even count the duplicating clerk that I think is also sort of an administrative position for Barry Town. So I'm wondering how we can try to figure out why some of these lines have increased. And when we definitely have not spent as much, obviously we don't have the data for this year, and I don't think necessarily this year is going to be a very good year to look at anyway, because it's a very strange year. So probably the best year to look at would be FY20 actual, because your FY21 is going to be all out of whack anyway. I realize that that's a lot, and I still have a lot of questions about the lines and why they're so different. And I will continue to ask about things like the duplicating clerk, the number of staff in the principal's office, the transportation for field trips. I don't understand why one school has something that another school does not. Those would be some places that you could look for cutting, I would think. So go ahead, David.
So just a couple of questions to frame this discussion. So one, it would be helpful to have from the committee a percentage that you would like us to aim towards. 5.5, 5%, or what have you. And then if we talk about that tonight, it'd be helpful to know, Lisa, how much we would need to reduce from the budget to accomplish that. And then another thought in my head, when we talk about staffing, I think we would need to think about, when we come with another draft of this budget, we would need to think about our class size numbers, or what we anticipate for next year, to see if we reduce staff, how could we do that and not go past our class size maxes. We're not at the maxes now, we're pretty close, but those are things that come to mind for me. And at the top would be, is there a percentage that the committee would like? Also, given the possibility that the budget is defeated and there needs to be further cuts, is there a percentage you would like us to work towards right now?
I don't have a number to give you, but I do recall that Gina said, we had asked for 2 to 5%, and we're still not even in that range. So I would say if you can get closer to 5%, that would probably be better, because at least it's on the top end of the range that we gave you. But if anyone else has some thoughts, please chime in.
I'm good with 5. I think, Lisa, a few weeks ago, you had said that, I think you had given us a number. Was it like 500,000 is 1%?
Yes. Yep, that's correct. Right around 500.
So 500,000 would get you close to that 5% ballpark, wouldn't it?
It would, because we're at 5.9.
What are the sacred cows at in the Berry district? I mean, I've heard Sonia several times talk about sports. Are there things that just cannot be cut? I mean, I'm assuming things like special ed obviously cannot be cut. Some of those kinds of things, but I hate saying this out loud, but public schools do a wonderful job of taking care of all these things that in other parts of the world don't get taken care of. I mean, even driver's ed. And I'm not saying we should get rid of it. I'm just saying that we do a lot as a public school. And at what point do we do too much or do more than we can do? That's just a question.
Gina or Victoria, do you have any suggestions?
My suggestion is getting to a 5% budget, and then as the alternative budget, a 2%.
I agree with that.
Victoria, I wanted to ask, just to clarify, did you say the alternative budget would be a 2%?
Correct, a 2%. So draft 3 at 5%, and then if the budget doesn't pass at 2%.
I just have another question about that. Lisa, I've been trying to calculate in my head with a $500,000 reduction. Let's say, and I'm just thinking off the cuff here. Let's say that if we trimmed every non-teaching expense that we could, maybe we find, and correct me if I'm wrong, $150,000 of savings, perhaps. So that would leave us with $350,000 of staffing cuts. About how many teachers would that be, do you think, on average? I know the salary ranges vary, but we would have to use seniority, so we would have to go with newer teachers.
Well, I guess, and we're talking about salaries, but we have to talk about benefits as well. So you said 350. I'm going to say 80,000. That's 4.37.
Okay. And then if we went to 2%, I don't know, would we be looking at 13 to 15 staff?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
I'm just curious about the 2%, because it would push us past our class sizes. So I'm just wondering what the intent of the 2% is.
Well, I would say that you're looking at teaching staff only. You're not looking at office staff. You're not looking at custodial staff. You're not looking at any of the support staff when you're asking this question. You're asking about teaching staff only. So I think that there's lots of additional staff that unfortunately would be lost as well.
And just, from what I've observed over conversations, it sounds like over the past year, 2 years, there's been a huge effort to get, like with the custodial staff, to get the schools up to a certain standard.
That's right.
And so that it's working efficiently and working in a way that is good, both for the folks who are working, but also for the schools at large and for maintenance. And there's so many things that would be a shame to let go of. And I don't know how you prioritize. And then there's also the thing about seniority, which disallows certain priorities, I'm assuming.
Right, within categories, right.
So this is we're the finance committee, and these are our thoughts, and that's not to say that the rest of the board will agree with us or will disagree with us. We can probably flesh this out a little bit more on Thursday, but I think that this gives you at least a target, somewhere to start working towards, so that we can have things finalized by January, which is only really a few weeks away. And I realize that's going to be a lot of work and a lot of thinking and juggling, and I recognize it's not a great place to be. So does anybody have any questions? Does anybody else have any comments?
Sonia, this is Jen.
Yep, go ahead.
Just wondering, so I feel like we talk about this every year, and since I've been, a part of the Barry community here, just wondering, what are the values of the board? Because I think that would help your administrative team be able to go back and look at the budgets, and really take a closer look. Is it technology you want to hold sacred? Like, what are those pieces of our school lives that you want to hold sacred?
Well, it's a good question. And honestly, if we had a mission and a vision and strategic goals, it would be a lot easier to answer. So I apologize that we don't have that, because we've pushed that to January to get started. So I think that would help us to make these kinds of decisions and would help us, be more focused in where we need to maybe trim or add. But I can't necessarily say. I recognize that there are no good places. I recognize there's not a lot of fluff. I recognize that you can't just say, oh, we're going to do away with athletics, or, oh, we're going to do away with, this program or that program. And that would be really simple because, it's some, sort of extra thing that we're offering that we don't need to keep offering. I don't think that's happening in our schools, and I recognize that. I also recognize, though, that I'm an elected official, and I have to recognize that I have to answer to the constituents as well as serve the students of the city and the town, and it's a really, really fine line and a balancing act. And I recognize that this is a really bad position that we're putting you in. I just don't want to come back to you in March with a resounding no and say, okay, figure it out now. I think we should have a plan B, and I think we should know we should have an idea of where we're going to go, what direction we're going to go in. If the rest of the board says, let's just go ahead and run with this, then obviously I'm one person. And I can vote no, but I won't be a majority. And so we could go ahead and run it up the flagpole. But the bottom line is I can't tell you where to cut. I would honestly suggest looking at level funding as many things as you possibly can and see where that gets you. Because there, just in those 3 areas that I looked at, there were increases, and they weren't staff and salary. They were, contracted services. They were supplies. And, can we get by level funding some of these areas? I don't know what the rest of it looks like because I only focused on these in the last, 45 minutes before I came on this call. But I would imagine there are other areas like that you could go through and level fund to what FY20 actuals were. And I don't know how much you're going to come up with, but that would be a great exercise to figure that, what that number is, and then go from there.
I'm sorry, I have to leave. So I just didn't want to just disappear. I apologize for needing to leave early.
That's all right. Thank you. We'll see you on Thursday.
I will be there.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
It's a good question, Jen, and I wish I could give you a better answer. I don't have a specific thing. If someone else has a suggestion, I'm willing to hear what it is. Mel or Victoria? Anyone?
Well, it sounds like there are some good ideas that are coming across the table in terms of what Jen just said, in terms of the values of the board. I don't know how the board decided what the alternative cuts were going to be last year when you proposed this budget that surprisingly got through. And I don't know if you did that according to values or how. I think that would be a good way to guide some of the decisions. I also do agree with Gina's comment about maybe sending this out, if people agree to it, to see where it lands. Although I still don't think it's going to land well in light of this past year. Anyway, I think we have to take a lot of the different things under consideration, which is a pain and a lot of work for everybody, not just school administrators and superintendent type administrators.
I have a comment, and I know I always bring this up, but you know, it's around the per pupil spending, and at what point do we acknowledge that it's our students who are paying the price? You know, at what point? Because when you're $3,000 below the state average, what is that saying?
Yeah.
I think I probably argue with you every time, or give the point that if we were spending an increase of $2 million, $2.6 million on new programs, yes, I would 100% agree with you. But we are not spending $2.6 million on new programs. We just cut 1%, and we cut almost 400,000, and that's just salaries. Now, I understand that directly impacts students, but we're not talking about some fabulous program. We're talking about lots of teachers across all of the schools. So I think the hard pill to swallow for me is that the biggest chunk of our budget is our staff.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest chunk of our increases is things like health insurance. That's not providing really great new programs for our students. It's providing great benefits for our staff. Yes, that's important. I agree with that. But at the same time, that's what's becoming the drag on the backs of our students. And so while I recognize that, yes, we need the staff that we need, the only way we're going to actually see any kind of meaningful cuts is to cut staff, because we don't have programs to cut. We don't have the extra fluff in here. And I recognize that it is the students that are going to suffer, but the students are suffering right now because we are paying for very, very good healthcare benefits for all of our staff, and other benefits as well, which I won't go into. I could make a suggestion on lots of places where you could cut things. We've tried to negotiate agreements, and I just promised I wasn't going to go into things, but we've tried to negotiate things so that we could have some better control, and that didn't work out for us. So here we are with an increased budget, and I hear what you're saying, but when we are paying for teachers to go to school, we're paying for their school, and then we're paying them because their experience is getting better. We're paying double for that, and we're paying for that too. That's on the backs of our students.
So I would suggest, I hear the will of the committee, and Lisa and I, the administrators, certainly can bring a new presentation to you. I'm sure every administrator on this call, your heads are swimming thinking about possible areas that could be adjusted. So we certainly can do that, for the next finance committee meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that would be great. I think I will, obviously, when we have a discussion on Thursday, we'll get the rest of the board's input about what they're thinking, because that will be important to know, are the four of us outliers, and, the rest of the board thinks, sure, yeah, go ahead. So we should definitely get their input. Penny, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate all of your questions and your thoughts. that everyone's putting forward, and I know this is going to be a really difficult year. I did present our CVCC budget to the Regional Advisory Board a week ago, and they did accept that budget at a 0.6% increase in the tuition, but that result is a 7% increase in the expenses. If this board is asking me to also look at something near 5%, that means I'd have to go back to the RAB. I don't have another RAB meeting scheduled till February 8th. And then I'd also, if that is a recommendation that this board makes, then I need to then consult the Secretary of Education based on the recommendation from the Regional Advisory Board. So I will point out that our revenue did go up, so that helped with that tuition staying almost level funded. And last year we were able to be at a 3.7 or 3.8% budget increase, which was extremely low while also losing 2 programs. So I'm just going to put that out there. I'm not sure how you want me to move forward, but I wanted to at least put that out there.
I'm happy to chime in. I usually try to defer to the RAB board because we're just I recognize we're the governing body, but I recognize we're only one of the sending schools. So I try to defer to the RAB board and not second guess what they have approved. I would ask the rest of the finance committee to weigh in, and of course the rest of the board, but those are my thoughts. If they're fine with your budget, then I would say I'm fine with your budget personally.
I appreciate that. And the tuition is just about level funded, so hopefully it's not impacting additionally to this larger budget. But I do have to say I agree with Jen Nye that having some direction that provides folks with those priorities from the board would be greatly appreciated if you're able to do that.
Yes, go ahead, David.
Yes, and I just have one more comment about the budget, and I want to say at the onset, certainly if the committee directs us to look to reduce the percentage increase in expenses, we can do that. We're willing to do that. That's not an issue at all. One thing that I just want the committee and the board to think about when we talk about staff as our expense, and for all schools, it's the major expense. I suggest that we think about teachers as an investment rather than a burden. And I know you value your teachers, so I know you do. Just something that I want the board to consider is that in today's age, finding quality teachers is increasingly difficult. And not just our district, but other districts go with vacancies and have a serious difficulty finding qualified candidates. So the only reason I say that, I understand that there's no blank checkbook, and I totally understand reducing the percentage increase is something that we must look at and tackle. I totally understand that. When we think about the cost of teachers, I'd encourage us to thinking about it as a investment based on what we can pay, but think of it as an investment, and just want the board to realize that finding quality staff would be difficult for our district and districts around us.
And sort of piggybacking onto that, I wonder, I'd be curious what you can come up with without touching staff to begin with, in terms of how much money can be found. Not that I think there's a whole lot lying around. But one place that I'm torn is, I wonder if there's getting to be an adversarial teacher board thing going on. I don't know if that's the case, but I just I just wonder that sometimes. And I don't think you can run a district where that's going on. I don't think you're going to get what you need, sort of to echo what you're saying, David. I don't know how one finds the balance or the middle ground to appease community. And maybe work with community resentment of schools, because schools are such an easy mark. And at this time, schools are a lightning rod. Our district is a lightning rod. And I don't know how you get around that, but somehow we have to figure it out, which kind of gets back to Jen's comment and question.
Yeah, I agree, Mel.
And I think one of the ways to do that is to say exactly what you did just say, Mel, is that recognizing that this is a difficult situation we're in, but that as a board member, you support the investment in the teachers that we have, because they're working really hard. They're doing the best they can. So thank you for saying that. That really means a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else for FY22 budget development? Anybody, any other thoughts, questions, comments? I wish we could be more helpful. I wish we could give you better direction. Maybe the rest of the board. I will send an email to the rest of the board to let them know just a quick summary of this discussion so that they can, you know, maybe have some ideas about priorities, or they can just think about it and not just have it, spring it on them on Thursday night. Is there anyone else who'd like to ask or speak?
I do have a follow-up question. I'm not sure exactly where we have ended up. You know, Victoria made the comment she'd like to see the cuts at 5% and cuts at 2%. And I don't know that we agreed to that. I just like to have some direction as to what we've decided here.
Well, I think, Mel, I had given the 2 and the 5% because we were given the directive at the board meeting.
Understood.
Whatever date that was, that we had between 0 and 5% were the cuts given.
And I clearly say that we'd never get to the 2.
Right.
Especially if teachers got 3, automatically you've already missed the 2. So, yeah, I think 2 is a very hard ask also, because 2 is threatening.
I would say if I were Alice, and I won't entirely speak for her, but I do recall her saying that Social Security's increase was only a 1.6%. So in deference to our senior citizens throughout our district, that's why I think the 1.6 kind of led to the 2.
I won't make any comments about senior citizens and our country's reaction to them, etc. But I can.
Okay, so assuming that there are no other questions and there are no other comments, we will move on to, I lost my idea.
Sonia, can I
Yeah.
just get clarification for the minutes? What did you all agree on?
I'm not sure we actually all agreed on anything. I think we all agreed that we would like it to be I think we all could agree that we wanted it to be at least down to 5 because that was the top end. Correct me if I'm wrong, Amel and Victoria. That would be the first place to start, is to get it to the 5. I agree with Victoria that we did ask for between 2 and 5, and I also agree with Amel that a 2% increase is really, really probably going to be the most difficult and really hurt a lot of kids and a lot of staff. So I'm not sure I can necessarily support going to 2%, but at the same time, we might have to go there whether we want to or not. So I think what Victoria is suggesting is an exercise in getting us there in case we have to get there. And I would say, while you're doing the exercise, it would be, get us to 5, get us to 4, get us to 3, get us to 2, and then we can see our options. I wouldn't necessarily, I mean, I'm assuming I'm not suggesting that you present us with that many options. I just think in your minds, if you could have an idea of what would the next thing be that you could live without. Where could you find more money? And I realize 2% is going to be really, it's going to be ugly, and I recognize that. So, but I think that we as a board need to see it. And so as much as it kills me, I think we probably should see the 2% so we can see what are we cutting, what does that look like, and can we settle somewhere in between the 2 and the 5% if we need to. I think that's what Victoria is suggesting. I don't think that the board is necessarily going to say, "Yep, let's go with the 2%." I think it will be helpful for us to know what's on the table if we are shooting for 2%. Is that helpful? Did that clarify it or make it even more confusing?
That's as clear as mud. So we don't have a clear directive. Now, here's another question. Normally, before admin takes action, they wait for a directive from the board, a consensus from the board. So is this 5432 proposal something that the committee is recommending to the board on Thursday, or something that is kind of being directed to admin today?
So what I would say is, I'm going to split the difference. Let's say we are going to ask for 3 proposals. We are going to recommend that the board ask for 3 proposals. Let me phrase it that way. We're going to recommend that the board asks for a 5% increase, a 2% increase, and then what's in the middle? Between 2 and 5. Sorry?
I said we have 3 and 4 are in between.
No. It will be
3.5%.
3.5%.
Math is important.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm like, oh no, it's 2.5. No, that's halfway between 5. So 2, 3.5, and 5, just so that we can see 3 different scenarios, and recognizing maybe that none of them are good. I recognize we're not going to have them on Thursday. We're going to have the same discussion again on Thursday.
Okay, so this is because what I just thought I heard Andrea say was questioning whether we as the committee could make that decision for the board. And what I hear you saying, Sonia, is that Thursday night, we're going to recommend that to the board.
We can recommend that if you agree that that's what we're going to recommend. So Amel and Victoria, are you on board with recommending that? Victoria said 2 and 5. And
I am not in agreement with the 2 at all.
Okay. So what would you recommend? What would you like to recommend?
I'd like to start at 5.
So you just want to see 5. I don't think we can make a recommendation from the committee because we can't come to a consensus consensus of what to recommend.
Well, we
Well,
can
but I
do-
think what we can do is, I think we can all agree to the 5.
We can all agree to the 5. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, we can all agree that we would like to see 5
And
at the minimum.
And I think that the school board, the whole group needs to be in on the decision. And I also think that there has to be some acknowledgement of Jen's request.
Yes, but yes, I completely hear you. I'm going to say, but that's 9 different people with 9 different priorities. And unfortunately, we don't have mission, vision, strategic goals to help us. So I could say, yes, technology is very important and we should not slash any technology. Someone else might say, high flyer programs are really important and we should not slash high flyer programs. Someone else might say, after school programs. I don't know. I'm making things up now. Athletics are very important. We should not touch athletics. There will be potentially 9 different opinions. And so while I absolutely recognize the importance of Jen's question, we're 9 different individuals who haven't gone through the process of mission, vision, strategic goals to help us figure out not just what the 9 people on the board want, but what the community wants. And that's what that process is going to lead us to. And I wish we had it right now. And I could wave a magic wand and we would know what our goals are and we would know what's the most important thing to focus on. But we don't have that. So now we're kind of shooting in the dark, unfortunately. And we will definitely have the discussion and maybe we'll come to some consensus. Maybe we can agree. The 3 of us can agree on 5%, but we can't agree on anything past that. And maybe the discussion on Thursday night, we'll be able to agree on some things, but I'm guessing we'll not all agree on everything because there are 9 different people with 9 different ideas about what school should look like, what's important. Based on where we are, based on whether we have children in the school, based on our own experiences, all of those things. So
I can say that the committee agreed by consensus to recommend cuts, bringing it down to 5%, and the amount of any secondary cuts is undetermined.
Yes.
And then the board will make a decision. Okay.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Okay. Anything else for FY22? No? Okay. It's 7:03. We have 2 more items on our agenda that are follow-up items. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these because I just don't have the bandwidth and I'm pretty sure you don't either. So the supplies, purchases and procedures, the reason I'm trying to just bang this out is so we can remove this from our agenda and we can move on. Not because I don't think it's important, but because I think we need to move on to other things and not just keep dragging this out. So the supply expenses that was included in our packet was included last time, but we didn't get a chance to talk about it because we ran over talking about the budget. So I have not, I apologize, spent a lot of time scrutinizing this, but it is my recollection that we had a list of questions that I did send back out to everyone. And this supply expense summary doesn't necessarily answer those questions. So I know that the administrators tried answering those questions and there were a lot more questions that it raised. And so what I'm going to suggest is that we table this for after the budget and we do a deeper dive into understanding how supplies are managed in different buildings and who does a better job at managing their supplies and what they're doing, so that we can understand, can we do this better across the district? That's my suggestion, because I feel like this summary doesn't answer the questions that we had originally asked. Mel, Victoria, would you like to chime in at all on that?
No, I entirely agree. I think there's also a problem in the supply expenses in that we moved equipment into supplies. And so where we might see a big increase in the supply budget, there's actually not an increase because it moved from equipment into supplies. So it's a little deceptive in its charting. Also, I think that it was much more of going in depth and seeing, how does the stockroom at Barry Town, help to manage expenses, or does it help to manage expenses? Is that something we should be looking at across the district? Kind of Jamie in several meetings through facilities finally realized that that Spalding wasn't on the FMDA pricing. And so that got changed over. So are there other things that we could be doing and finding? And I think that was a little bit more of the idea behind the item in our agenda.
So in terms of that situation, we realized that Spalding wasn't on that contract, and they are now. And then in terms of all of the other supplies in the district, we have a contractor and a preferred list, and all of the bookkeepers in each of the buildings work very closely with Michelle, and almost in every situation, they are getting, procuring and trying to get the best prices. So I understand that you want a deeper dive and you really want to know if we can do things better. But I think what this shows is that your administrators budget for their supplies, they stay within their budget, and our policies and procedures speak to it's their budget for their buildings and their resources. And so when they determine that something is needed, then they approve it. It goes through several sets of eyes to make sure that the procedure has been followed. So I guess I just don't know how much more scrutiny we can, is there a way, are we saving money, or would we be saving money, and who would be looking at this? Would you do like a subcommittee? I guess I'm not sure what the direction is, and we've had this on the agenda at least 4 or 5 times. So I don't know that we're solving our question or our concerns.
So I'll go back to what I originally said. We had asked for some clarification so that we could understand how each school was doing it, and I don't think all of those questions were answered. We were doing we were trying to do an analysis to understand, was one school managing their supply budget better than another based on how they were managing their supplies, whether it was through a stock room, whether it was through, centralized person doing the ordering. I'm not suggesting that any of our administrators or teachers are misusing their supply budgets. I think it goes through all those processes. I think all of those things are in place, but if we add up how much we're spending on supplies across all of the schools, is there an opportunity for savings? Is there an opportunity for, and those were the questions that we were trying to get at, because we were one district and we could try to see maybe there was a way we could learn from how another school in our district is doing things. I recognize it's been on the agenda for multiple times because I feel like we haven't gotten to the bottom of things. We've gotten totals and we've gotten some answers, but we haven't fully wrapped it up. So what I'm suggesting is that we push this off to April or May, and we just put it on hold and then revisit it then, because we don't have the time right now to do the deeper dive because we're working on budget stuff. We just asked administrators to go back and find a place to cut. So I recognize this is not a high priority. It's just something that we wanted to try to understand better. That's all.
And I think that you did mention you have questions. So maybe you could share those again, and that would help us to start preparing.
Yes, I will share the questions. This originally, in my note, it says June 2020. I will go back. I know that there was, I can go back and look at my packets. I can go back and look at the information that was given to us. I think there was a Google Doc created with different columns for each school, but some of the questions were answered with questions. And so we pushed it off to another month and we pushed it off to another month. And so I'm just asking if we can just put the whole thing on hold and have a bigger conversation about this after the budget is over.
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds good.
The next thing on the agenda is special ed charges revenue follow-up. And we did have obviously a bigger conversation about that in a presentation. And then we have this cost comparison in our packet for tonight. I don't have a lot of additional questions about special ed charges and revenue, but if anybody else does, now's the time to ask them and get those questions answered and any clarifications that you need. Go ahead, Victoria.
So I had a question about, just in comparison for the Washington County Mental Health pods versus the Green Mountain pods. Essentially for a BI, Green Mountain is twice the cost, plus an additional cost for extended school year services, case manager, and transportation. Seeing that Washington County Mental Health is marked as Medicaid eligible students, are they less cost efficient if they're not Medicaid eligible? Or do we have a charge if they aren't Medicaid eligible?
This is Stacy. Stacy, do you want to do that?
Yep. So the cost that's in the packet is the Medicaid rate. If a student is not Medicaid eligible, the rate is comparable to that Green Mountain rate. And the reason why the Green Mountain rate is higher is because they are not the local, what's called the designated agency. Our local designated agency is Washington County Mental Health, and they are able to bill Medicaid directly for some of the services that they provide to our students. So that's the one and only reason for their, I think, cost difference.
Then what is the net effect on the district by using Green Mountain over Washington County?
If we utilize Green Mountain, we can bill Medicaid for some of those services, and we do get some Medicaid reimbursement. And that goes back to the district into our Medicaid funds.
Do you get the same rate that Washington County gets?
I don't believe it's the same rate, and I'm not certain. Maybe Lisa knows the amount better than I do.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's a completely different program, and it's a reimbursement. So I would say an annual reimbursement on a student, depending on the level of care, could potentially bring $5,000 annually.
So I remember the conversation with the previous special services director who presented to Barry Town School that the move from Washington County Mental Health to Green Mountain was going to be a cost advantage and that it would be easier to manage and that everything would be so much better. But the numbers that you've given me are we're paying twice as much by using the I'll say non-preferred vendor, as well as we're paying for extended school year services, paying for case managers, and paying for transportation. Essentially, we see a cost increase of special ed year after year after year. This is a cost that could be contained. I mean, this is a cost that we took as an option because we were sold in that it would be better and it would be less expensive. And now that that's not the case, is anyone looking at moving this back?
So two things, Victoria. One, even, you know, so I see where you're going with that. If that were true, Washington County Mental Health does not have an unlimited supply of BIs, frankly. So if we wanted to move directly to them at this point in time, and even if we asked them to do that within a year's time, their demand is outweighing their supply of staff at this point. So it's not something we could really easily do. I don't know what conversation you had with the previous director, so I can't speak to that. Some of this, though, those costs that are over 50,000 do get reimbursed differently. So I'm not sure if that was, you know, a factor in that conversation. And I don't know, Lisa, if you can speak to that. I was not part of that conversation, Victoria, so I can't. Sorry, I can't speak to that directly.
I remember there was a change in the structure at Washington County, and that was something that wasn't necessarily, you know, something that Dawn was maybe in favor of. I'm not sure. I just remember there was a change in the way they provided their services.
Yeah. So I think you're
limited.
So you are correct, Victoria, that looking at it in this chart, you know, the Washington County services do cost the district less in terms of the direct expenses. Again, sometimes those costs, you know, those costs that are over 50,000, we get reimbursed differently for. So it's not an apples to apples look when you look at that sheet. And I just would say for myself, I am very cognizant of the costs. And however, we have at this point in the last couple of years, sometimes have limited options given the staffing in these additional programs. You know, we've spoken about that. We might refer to a certain program and they may not be able to meet the need that we have because they don't have the capacity to.
Thank you.
I'll ask one question because we have Washington County Mental Health Pause and we have Green Mountain Behavior, is it consulting? And then the BUUSD BI. Is there a move to, and I, you know, when I was on the Berry City Board, there was a move to try to build capacity and have more staff that were in-house. Is that still the end goal, which is to have more of our own staff and slowly reduce our need for outside vendors? I mean, I think it's exactly what you were, I would imagine it's exactly what you were saying about Washington County. You know, sometimes we just can't find the staff that we need to be able to hire and train to be the BIs in our schools. So we'll never be able to be completely independent from outside agencies. But is it our intention to build that capacity and have more of our own in-house BIs?
Hayden, I see you. Did you want to make a comment or do you want me to take that question?
I would say go for it, but I would say we do continue to make increases to our own systems at Berry City School to reduce the reliance on Washington County and Green Mountain. This year, that included adding the restorative classroom program, which was grant funded, and it has allowed us to do a better job of supporting some of our students that meet a need of a tier 3 level of support, social, emotionally, and we're meeting their needs. And it's been hard to measure so far because of the hybrid model, but so far things have been really successful. And so we hope to continue to find programs like that that can reduce our reliance on Washington County and Green Mountain, and that as long as that continues to be the mission of the board, which was how it was, like you mentioned, when we had just the Berry City Board, that was made really clear to us to move more to in-building supports.
And I would add to that, and I'm glad that you spoke to that, Hayden. You know, it might result in a cost savings, which is always a good news, but it keeps the students closer to home, and that's even more important.
And I think the sort of the vision we have for the C program is to provide that good alternative but homegrown programming for our high school students, and to move that soon into middle school as well. And then, you know, in addition, you know, Jason and I have had conversations with the building principals about how this will be a system-wide at some point, more of a system-wide approach to supporting students who need alternative education from, you know, K to 12.
Okay. Any other questions about special ed charges, revenue? This is your opportunity right now. No? Mel, anything for you? Okay.
No.
Well, then we're going to put that to rest for now. And is there any other business for the committee to discuss? Go ahead, David.
I just have one more comment, and it's to show my appreciation for Lisa and the finance department and the administration for the work that they did last year to have a newly merged district and then to have a draft auditor's report with no findings is just tremendous. And I congratulate everyone on that work.
I echo that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're always nice when we have a very clean audit report. Very good. Is there anything else, any other business? If not, let's look at items for future agenda. I'm going to move the coordinated supply that we had at 6.1 to April, just and put it in there for a parking lot. We won't forget. We'll definitely talk about FY21 year-end projections in January. We will talk about FY22 budget development in January. Custodial supply purchasing. Is there anything else that we need to discuss about that? I'm sorry, I don't remember what the follow-up is. No?
I thought that you had gone fairly deeply into it, and that's what resulted with the, what was it called? FMDA or?
Yeah. So I think we can probably scratch that. I don't think we need to. Oh, Victoria, are you going to come on and tell us something different?
I was just going to say, because I don't know, there's a yearly one that comes out each year. Is there something that we need to approve, Lisa, or is that facilities committee that would approve the purchasing contract, I guess?
I think because it's a state contract, it doesn't need board approval. Some of the other contracts that we'll be renewing, I'm looking into the possibility of if we keep it under the 2.9%, which was the announced sort of CPI then we wouldn't need to do the work to go out to bid, especially when we have a vendor that we really like using. So I don't think we need to bring it to the board.
Okay, so we'll subtract that from future agenda items. I think we're all set.
So originally at the last meeting, or perhaps the one before, you indicated that you wanted a solar management follow-up in January. Does anyone remember what they were looking for a follow-up? And do you want to push it further out because of the budget?
I think that was just to have a full year's worth of numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was just so we could compare. I think we can leave it because I think we have a lot of discussion about it. I think we want to look at the numbers and see what, how does the year end, and compare everything because, the very town had some weird months in there, and hopefully we can see that those they're not the same this year. Things like that. But I would be fine to push that to February as well, because we won't have, our budget will be approved and we won't have to, that's the biggest thing we're going to have to discuss in January. So I'm fine to move that to February, and that gives us one more month of data. So we can talk about solar management and staff appreciation in February. Those are because staff appreciation is already there for February. Okay, is there anything else we should add to the agenda, or are we good with FY21 year-end projections and FY22 budget for January?
That should do it.
That should do it. All right. Our next meeting is January 5th at 5:30, and hopefully I'll have my camera fixed by then. I apologize. And thank you all for coming, and we will see you soon.
Good night.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep. Thank you.